Okay. I forgot. I forgot about the. Yes, it is indeed me. The twins guy. Yes. Very true. So many to crash this in soft locks. Yeah. It's hard to get used to the stuff. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal with a lot of tricks and twins. Is like you usually start out being pretty consistent and then you stop being consistent. Oh, I jumped too early, yeah. I have an unlisted tutorial, which I kept it unlisted because I thought the tutorial sucked. Somebody has said that that my hover tutorial actually wasn't shit. Um so I guess like if you can check it out. I'll send it to you. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just send it to you today, I guess. Or now. Let me look it up. I always there. I thought the tutorial was bad. ¿3 el día? ¿Quién sabe? Can I, like, get my inputs out, please? Yeah, I don't know if that hover skip is gonna work, or if that tutorial is gonna work. I didn't think it was very good, which is why it's unlisted. Oh. That was my own fault. That one was my own fault. Oh, shit. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe that one is the one that's actually good. I don't know. We shall see. No, no lo terminé. Pero he prometido Crash Twinsanity. Entonces, más Sonic durante el fin de. There will be more modded saves.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
¿Para qué? Prácticamente he dicho que estaba en un descanso. Solo voy a abandonar Crash Twinsanity después de lograr mis metas. Sub 920 es buena idea, claro. Es que necesité un descanso. Y alguna gente me ha preguntado, ¿para qué no, oh, ¿para qué no juegas Crash? Y es que speedrunning es una cansancio. Es muy difícil hacer speedrunning. No es como casual gaming. Especialmente este juego, que es bastante, demasiado difícil. La concentración, etcétera. Ah. Lo he pillado. ¿Qué? Me ha pasado por la dirección de Crash. Estaba más a la izquierda. Que lo quería. ¿Qué? No. ¿En serio? ¿Cómo? Ok. Y también estaba pensando en activar hablaba japonés a unas veces, sí. Pero no tanto porque no hay poca gente en mi chat que sabe japonés. Aparte de Denshi. Porque Denshi es japonés, pero normalmente habla en inglés. Uf. Espera. Ah, ¿en serio? Pues, el dream, el sueño, es que después de Crash Twinsanity, permanente, voy a añadir japonés en el título. Pero es que no puedo implementar japonés en mis streams de Crash Twinsanity porque es muy difícil. O sea, es muy difícil, puedo decir, construir oraciones en japonés mientras concentrando en el juego. Para mí, porque no lo hablo naturalmente como español. Es que ahora mismo estoy pensando totalmente en español. Así que puedo hablar en español mientras concentrando en el juego. O sea, enfocando en el juego. Pero en japonés es algo diferente, ¿eh? La razón por la que es algo diferente es porque no lo practico mucho, tanto como lo suficiente. Así que... Now, can you get it? Probably. Hover skip isn't that bad, and most, like, low intermediate runners can do hover skip now. Pues entonces... Solo tengo que practicarlo, pero no quiero que... no quiero que... me falle la concentración durante la run. Y... por cierto, es que... sería más fácil. Sí, pero cuando estoy en este juego, que es bastante difícil, no quiero que me afecte el gameplay. O sea, en el gameplay. Entonces... lo que tiene más sentido es implementarlo después. O al menos después del sub 930. Sub 920. Pero es que ayer, o sea, anoche, he jugado Peak con hispanohablantes. Y lo que me he dado cuenta era que puedo conversar en español. O sea, he logrado una meta en que estaba enfocándome en los idiomas. Así que puedo conversar fácilmente con hispanohablantes. Así que pues no sé. Pero la última vez en que jugaba con hispanohablantes, o sea, la misma gente que ayer, casi no pude entender ni una mierda. Y eso hace 4 meses, creo, si no me equivoco. Teniendo en cuenta que que después de la última vez estaba en México. Claro. Pero después de Crash Twinsanity voy a hacer Spiro. Pero en Spiro todo bien, porque es que sí, estaba en México para speedrun este juego. En la maratón mexicana de speedrunning, jugando este juego. En abril. Hace una semana. Aunque en México no hablaba mucho en español, casi totalmente en inglés. Mierda, Anthony. Pero creo que el cambio vino por la confianza. Pues sí, me entendieron. Lo difícil era yo entender el español de México. Es que no me cuesta no me cuesta hablar, o sea, ¿cómo se dice? No me cuesta comunicar. Me cuesta conversar. Y la razón es que tengo problemas, o sea, me cuesta escuchar el habla hispanohablante. Por ejemplo, es que mis orejas... You got 'em? Let's go, dude. Las orejas, o sea, mis orejas no están ajustadas del habla español. Habla de español. Por ejemplo, cuando digo lago, o sea, la G suave, no lo oigo. De hecho, irónicamente, la G en oigo no la escucho. Yo, Sassy. No la escucho, así que... aunque sé que hay la G suave, no puedo escucharla. Pero la razón por la que me cuesta. Wonder where he is on the leaderboards. Imagine. Imagine, Saucy. I don't know. Today might be the day. I'm getting this an awful lot. La configuración en el software para escuchar la G suave, claro. Deballing a little bit so far, yeah. I'm having trouble with the final boss and I'm having trouble with Warp Skip. Argentina. Pues sí. Y me pasaba horrible. Era horrible. Casi no entendí nada. Okay. What? Best of luck. You hope today's the day? I hope today's the day too. I'd like to be done with this. This is taking way... It's taking way too much time. I want to be done and move on. I want to be done and move on with other things. But at the same time, I don't want to I don't want to move on until I get the sub 920. I think this game deserves the sub 920. I missed it. That might not have even worked. The most belief person I know. Imagine. The thing is I know I can do it. The only thing that's holding me back is the game. Well, right now, the person that's gonna hold me back the most is me. But, I mean, like, that doesn't really matter. Well, what I'm gonna assume is gonna... is gonna happen today is that if it's not the day, I will probably, like, get... I'm probably going to get, a run that works. That's not sub 920, but it would be something reflective of my skill level, I think. So maybe like a low 920 or a mid 920. At least something respectable. There we go. Now I'm cooking. Uh-oh. There we go. This isn't hard, it's just... It's not hard, I'm just tired and rusty. And yes, I'm rusty after not playing this game for like 3 days. That's probably too late. Yo, Colty, thanks for the good luck. Game still says Sonic, fuck. I forgot to change that back. I knew I was forgetting something. I'm tired. Oh. I was up late last night playing Peak. That's... Oh, you know what? I think I know why I'm losing time. And why it's like tighter than it should be. I'm not jumping. Oops. You can't play it? Damn it. I'm gonna see if I could do this. Let me do this. So that stinks, you can't play it, that sucks. Okay, we have learned. It was after you found a working crack of one of your older speed games. No, you didn't tell me about that. Damn. I don't seem to recall. Oh, damn. I could probably, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna stop doing that bullshit. Also, thanks for the raid. I didn't know you were streaming. Okay, it's just free. Do it one more time and then I'll do Antagony and then I'll do Antagony one more time and then you know what, actually I think I'm sufficiently warmed up for Antagony. Yeah, I think I'm sufficiently warmed up, even though I did mess up that one jump. And then, I shouldn't have to practice Cursed Splash. I generally don't need to practice that. Hmm. When I get my Twitch payout, I'll see how much it is and I'll gift it to you. I don't mind. Holy shit, Crash's facing angle matters. I did not know this. Wait, does it just matter in general? Oh my fuck, it might just be his facing angle. Okay. Let's go do the Dusty Eel. Is today gonna be like a good day for fucking Dusty Eel? That's crazy. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we do runs soon. Sooner rather than later. Yo, Hatake. I saw you in Stu's chat yesterday. Oh yeah, it's time for twins. Okay, if I'm like this, right? Oh yeah, by the way, how's the girl doing? How's that coming along without any thing? You're not talking to her anymore? Damn. Already? Uh-oh. Let me guess. She lied about, she's been divorced twice. Oh, she's a giga gold digger. Whoa. That's insane. Holy fuck. You're talking to someone else now? Damn. Bro's like, rebound. Let's LeBron James that bitch. Kinda literally, actually. Well, yeah, of course it's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Women? Yeah, women. Is what it is. Yep, you just don't know nowadays. People are so scared of, like, revealing the truth. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I bet you if she would have said that outright, you know, like she'd been divorced twice, you would have had at least respect for her and may have given her a chance. Because that's how I would have felt, is like, you know, she said, hey, look, I've been divorced twice, you know, I'm looking to see maybe if things could work, and it's like, okay, I'll give you a chance. Because I'd at least respect you, and that respect is, having respect is kind of big. I would have been a little iffy, but I would have been, you know, respect. But hiding it to potentially get laid? Ooh. Well, yeah, people like anything. People are always gonna be people. Damn, I'm getting unlucky with the nut. Nah, it's hard out here. The dating scene, like I have said before, is full of bullshit on every side, where everybody thinks that there's no issues. Like, hey, yo, Princess Samoyed, thanks for the good luck. It's like, social media has portrayed anybody in the dating scene of the opposite gender, or opposite sex, or whatever, or anything in between, as a piece of shit. Because of, like, because of stereotypes, along with, like, movements in masculinity and femininity into really weird directions. Instead of just kind of accepting that all people are different in certain, and, like, the thing is there's good and bad for both. And it's like, when you misconstrue a lot of them, you start to mistrust a lot of people. When you start mistrusting things, it gets fucked. And the issue is people don't know how to bond with each other anymore. They're like, it's always transactional. Friendships and shit tend to be very transactional. It's really stupid. And of course that affects dating. It's really dumb. It's like, the solution is rather simple. Stop listening to idiots. Stop mistrusting others. And you will eventually find somebody that works for you. But like, you can't do anything if everybody's already, like, you can't do anything if it's, like, if it's already fucking, like, decided before you even get a chance. And that's what happens a lot in dating nowadays. And it's because of morons, essentially. Like, I don't think that I vibe well with the West. Or at least I don't vibe well with the United States and how people are. Yo, Flower's getting it in, my man, my boy. Let's go. Twins grind continues. Thanks for the good luck, Joseph. He's in a different league? No, I think he is in the bare minimum. Dating, I don't think, is really that difficult, but it requires a lot of luck. Guys talking about marriage and relationships, yes. Choosing and being chosen is hard. How consistent is this strat? We don't know yet. Like, the thing is I've been extremely unlucky with women. And I'm pretty sure it's either the area that I'm in, or, like, the places I have been in. Rhythm with Tism. It'll work out. Yeah, true. I have unfortunately recently found only recently found my self-worth and confidence. And it's like, maybe things will work out for the better, but I also do not know if I'm going to be okay with, like, dating in the dating here in the West. I might wait until I go out of the country. It's your choice to make. Like, I mean, he's probably right. You probably needed more experience, but the thing is like, it's, at the end of the day, it's your choice. If you did not think things were gonna work out, it does not matter. Things would not have worked out. The moment that you're sure things aren't gonna work out, nothing that the other person can do can fix that. Everything else would be temporary because the thought will always be in the back of your mind. Now, the thing with me is I'm a very simple person. So, like, I mean, I don't really care as long as I'm being accepted and, you know, get a bare minimum. But that's the problem, is that, of course, relationships are complicated. All this stuff is complicated. Humans are complicated. A lot of people, like, get bitter about this stuff, and it's like, no, you're probably just not lucky. Or you need to work on yourself. Yo, Juan D. You wanted a family in 10 years, you don't know about that? I don't think that that's necessarily like a red flag, because you never know, you might change your mind, but that would also suck. That would also suck that, like, when it's time to discuss that, and it's like, I still don't want kids, and it's like, oh, shit, like, then I've been wasting my time with you. Like, I'm not gonna sit here, I'm not gonna turn this into a pity party or, like, an incel bullshit, because the thing is like, It's no one's fault that the dating scene really is the way that it is. It's just perpetuating. It's just perpetuated bullshit. You have a job right now? You wish you had a family? Hmm. 10 out of 10. Honeymoon face. Yo, Kaiser, thanks for the stonks. Well, most of us are worried. But again, like I said, I'm not trying to turn this into like an make people angry at the dating scene. The thing is that it's fine. What do you mean 920? This has been the goal for a while now. Why people struggle with the dating scene right now? It's not just financial. You're more embarrassed whenever you think of old relationships, but the thing is like, you're still kind of young. You're still kind of young and you do weird things. Relationships bring out the weirdness in you. I think I'm not... Hold on, let me There you go. Okay. I'm gonna check out to see if I can do this. If I can't do this, then it is what it is. And I'll go back to doing Super Nut for a little bit. Also, I am going to set this to this. Yes, of course going out is the way to meet people, like, that's the thing. How the hell are you supposed to meet people if you don't do anything? If all you're doing is working, if all you're doing is, like, XYZ, and you're not going out and doing social things, and that doesn't even need to be like going out to bars. It's like going out with friends is a good way to meet other people. And you never know who your friends know. Your friends might know somebody. Your family might know somebody. The thing is like all of this can be like... It's not like... It's not that complicated. It can be difficult, but it's not that complicated. Trying after one relationship didn't go according to plan, or just basically like most people have given up on socializing in general. How are you, like the thing is how are you supposed to build a relationship if you can't even build your own friendships? How are you supposed to know how to value another person outside of their worth? if you don't even understand how to do so with people that you just want to be friends with. Like, it makes no damn sense when you can't even build your own friendships properly to get into a relationship. How the fuck? It's not possible. Like, I was talking to one of my best friends. He moved out of the city, so I don't get to see him. And like, I made a comment on a YouTube video about the whole cheating bullshit that's been going on recently. And the thing is like, I ended it with with an old habit I used to do, which is saying I'm gonna go fuck off somewhere else. Now, good day to you all, and like he said, dude, stop devaluing yourself. And I was like, I guess old habits do die hard, because sometimes they do. I devalue myself all the fucking time. But like, at the end of the day, he was like, listen, you need to not do that, and I will fucking tell you off every single time. Because no, you are worth a lot. You were there for me when I needed somebody. So I'm gonna be there for you. And I'm just like, you know, that made me really happy. And the thing is like, most people don't have people like this. And it's like, you can find people like this if you just try and know how to nurture a friendship. You can't just like start off having a bond like that. You gotta build that. How the fuck are you supposed to have a relationship if you can't build a friendship? And I mean, to be fair, the friendship was built fast. A lot of the people, my 3 close IRL friends, I'm not gonna lie, my 3 close IRL friendships are like, how did I lose so much time there? My 3 close IRL friendships, like, they did get built pretty quickly, but the thing was that all of us were streamers that just so happened to just be in the same area. So we bonded kind of quickly, and we just kind of fucked with each other. And the thing was like, at the end of the day, like, I helped them out when they needed it. They helped me out when I needed it. And we're there for each other. And the reason why is because we have a trust that we're not going to fuck each other over. But also, remember, all of us are over 30. So the thing is like, we don't think about the bullshit. We don't think about the transactional. It's like, wow, this guy was here for me. I want to be there for him when he needs it. It's not like, because he was there for me, I have to be there for him. It's like, no, I want to be. Those are very clear differences between things. There's very, very clear differences of like saying, because they did something for me, I'll do something for them. It's like, no, it's like, no, all of us are over 30. I'm 31. I was born in 1995. I am not young. It's time to get blue balled. Let's go, dude. But the thing is that I want to be there for my friends, and they want to be there for me, and that's the thing. Building bonds like that is not, it's a skill, it's not a thing. But yeah, like, I mean, there is also, like, there is times where, like, you owe each other. Yes, it's true. Everyone in the stream? No, I'm talking specifically about my own friends. My IRL friends. It's like, building bonds with people is incredibly important for just any kind of relationship. And it is a skill. It's not just inherently learned. You have to figure out how to do that shit with people that you care about. But that is a skill that has been lost. How do you speak to people? You talk. So yeah, like, it's not difficult to go through with those things. It's just yeah, I don't think I could do Giganut right now. But I am surprised about the one where I got like a 123 when I didn't really see that I did anything wrong. Today just seems like it's gonna be a day where Nutskip and the final boss are going to give me trouble. Which is fine, because first of all, I'm used to Nutskip giving me trouble, and second of all, if I could get everything else, who cares? That means that there's a chance today, and I would like to have that chance. Unfortunately, I don't think Giganut's gonna make it into the run. If the run is today, Giganut is not gonna happen, unfortunately. I'm surprised that made it. Oh, fucking hell. I misread that. I misread that, too. Oh, well, let's get out of here. Ugh. Biggest thing is just to find somebody you vibe well with. But you both have to vibe well with each other. Otherwise... Well, I mean, even if you don't, like... You have to at least, like, give each other the time of day. Like, I usually talk about me and my best friend, which, like, even though we don't really, like... We don't really do anything anymore, like, we just talk. Learn how to make good friendships. Yeah. Don't be transactional, and then just care about the other person. The rest will follow. Damn. Okay. Sub 920 is not possible.
Where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Can still get a mid 920 though. Here it comes. Damn. I'm not even sure if that was my fault. Because, like, Crash just got caught on the thing. So I really don't know if that was my fault or not. Logically speaking, I don't think that was my fault. Because now that I'm thinking about it, I really don't think that was my fault. I may have been too far to the left. I don't know exactly what causes the stopping of the OP. I don't know what causes Crash to not get up there. It might be a Cortex hitbox issue, it might be a Crash hitbox thing, it might be positioning. I don't know. I don't really understand why sometimes that just happens. It just does. How was Pete today? A man slut? Damn, that's crazy. Do not exemplify sleeping with lots of people. I think that's also... Know what you're thinking about it? Do not. That's a damn good way to just basically fuck over a lot of your chances. Essentially, that is becoming the type of person you're trying to be against. Because a lot of times, if you're trying to bond in more ways than that, by the time that you're ready to do that, you're already basically... You've broken a lot of your ability to do that. The release of hormones is not exactly, like, the more it happens, the less potent it becomes. Just in general, that's biology. Did you get married and start a family? Unfortunately, you're okay, just a bit tired from work. Understandable. Yeah, I would not go with the desperation angle. Because then it's gonna start messing with stuff. Man. You can't rush these things. I'm saying this as a 31-year-old man who's kind of, at least I would consider myself hopeless. A lot of people don't. And that does make me happy. The problem is like, I'm gonna be real. Buenas. Gracias por esperarme unas buenas runs. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The thing is that I just do not exude any kind of thing, I guess you could say. I don't really give off the kind of vibe of being in a relationship, I guess you could say. I don't have the urge to get married, but I have the urge to have a lifelong partner and have kids. That is, like, that is, like, the thing. But getting married, like, I'm gonna be real. I don't think that it's necessarily always a good idea for marriage, just because of the fact that marriage being a legal union is kind of stupid. It does come with its benefits, but it also comes with drawbacks, and it's also really expensive. And I don't think that that should be worthy of a bond that can easily be broken. Talking about kids a lot. Yo, Colty, you fucking legend. Yo. I have a couple viewers that there's one viewer I know of who actually does have a kid. Marriage is a religious union. It's not really a religious union anymore. In the modern day, I don't, I mean, as somebody who is not religious, I don't think that these types of ideals should be religious. I think that they can be, and that they ought to be, depending on the people that are getting it done, but I don't think it should just strictly be religious. I think they should classify as religious if the pair in question considers it religious. But otherwise, I don't think it should be. Like in my case, I'm not Christian. I'm atheist. The only reason why I wouldn't want to get married is only because of the money. I have no actual qualms with the idea of marriage. This sucks. Marriage was always kind of expensive in the modern day. And then the ideals of divorce kind of suck as well. Rings were under $40, and she was okay with that? Buddy? You have a keeper, or he. Still, does not matter. $40, and that's okay? Sick. Colty struck gold. Spend more than 100. She is awesome. Yo, dude. She thought that was dumb for jewelry. Dude. W. Giga W. That is an absolute W. That's the type of bond that's really good, because that means that she cares about you more than just some superficial bullshit. That's great. That's the kind of, I feel like we've kind of fallen out of, a lot of people have fallen out of, or maybe that didn't exactly entirely exist to begin with, just like valuing other people for more than just superficial things. I don't like that. I've never liked that. Like, when I was like, yeah, a lot of it is transactional. A lot of people treat things transactionally. And I don't know, like, I'm gonna be real. As I tend to say, like, here's the thing. When I started speedrunning, I was already, like, the best at the game because I invented a new movement technique that made me way faster than anybody else. The thing is that I was basically, like, I went from a nobody to a somebody super quick. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So, I wanted to make friends. It was difficult for me to make friends because people would instead put themselves in the position of, I'm talking to somebody who's a legend. And I never liked that. I still don't exactly like that either, because in my mind, I'm still just like a normal dude who's just, you know, I speak 3 languages and I just speedrun. Unfortunately, I have done a lot of great things that have put me on a pedestal, and I never liked being on that pedestal, because what I've always wanted, more than anything else, was friends. So, like, the thing is, because I was not valued as a person, buenas, ¿quién sabe? Is like, I was, because I wasn't exactly valued when I was a kid in terms of, like, you know, friendships, the thing that is the transactional value, specifically for me, gracias por la suerte, was being valued as a human being. So, I don't know if that is the reason why I don't care about these superficial things. I don't know if it's the brand of autism that I have. It's possible that it's my brand of autism. I don't fucking know. But at the same time, it's like, the thing is that I don't give a shit if somebody is like, you know, if somebody has a lot of money, if somebody's famous. I will treat anybody the same. I wouldn't have cared if it was fucking Michael Jackson. I would have probably treated him the same as I would treat other people. Because I don't really see the point in superficial statuses. I've never seen the point. I've never cared. And again, I've never cared in, like, transactional ways. Wanted to stay a virgin till marriage? What would I think? I'm not gonna lie. I've been dealing with being a virgin since I was fucking 31. Since I was fucking 31. Well, I mean, I'm 31. And I'm a virgin, so it's like, I mean, you know. There's a lot of Christians. The thing is that there are Christians who are like... The thing is that there are Christians who are like, who are good, and there's Christians who are not good. There are Christians who go out there and say, everybody who doesn't believe in my God should go to hell. Because we're better than everybody else. But then there are Christians who just don't care. Now, the caveat of waiting until marriage is that if she's lying about that, then that's bad. But, you know, if she's lying about that so she could basically have sex with other people, then sure. But, I mean, the thing is like, honestly, I've waited a long time. I can wait. I don't care. Nicest people you've met. Nice on the outside, generally very toxic on the inside due to the way the insular community works. Like, they get abused very badly. It's important to communicate and find a middle ground. Yes, exactly. Like, if the thing is if you tell your partner you're sexually frustrated, whatever, it's like, hey, look, like... You know, there needs to be something, yeah. For not being Christian specifically in their way. Yep. Religion is just a glorified cult. And I'm not talking about the practice of religion. I'm talking about, like, people that are... The religion itself is generally like that. Practicing is very different. But because a lot of it is technically a cult, a lot of people will believe that the people who are not inside of the cult are heathens. Understanding that, and understanding that what I'm saying is not trying to insult religion, because of course, why would I want to judge somebody for how they believe in the world? I don't care as long as you're not hurting anybody. Like, but understanding that certain behaviors of certain things, you don't really care about religions. I think they're interesting. Forcing it on your children also sucks. Do you also include Judaism? All religions are basically like that. Is religion true though? Who cares? It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Because the thing is that if, like, I will say, because I am a man of science, you know, if there's something that is scientifically proven, then I think because this is outside of beliefs, it's science. Science can be proven or not proven. When you basically have that, it's like when you're going against science, you're going against the idea of knowledge, and you're going against the idea of progressing knowledge. That's a little bit different. However, at the same time, things that cannot really be proven. And the thing about science is supposed to be away from religion. Science doesn't care about what God you believe in, because a lot of scientists are religious themselves. You're not trying to prove or disprove anything religious, you're just trying to find the truth. And sometimes when you find the truth, it can still be wrong, and it gets proven wrong, and when it's proven wrong, boom, like, there you go. What matters then? Who cares? If you get angry because somebody has different beliefs than you, unless you're actively hurting something, who cares? It doesn't matter. You don't have to be right, and you don't have to be wrong. And yeah, are logical proof science? What are you even arguing here? What is your angle? To me, it looks a lot more like you're trying to argue to be right, rather than trying to argue to try to find the truth. I do not care about those types of arguments. That is going into philosophy. And the thing is like I said, I really do not care. Science and religion are more close to other than people like to admit. They're not. There are some things, but like, they don't prove or disprove each other. They are basically, they can't easily touch each other. There are some things that can be, yes, but at the same time, it's like science and religion are separate from each other. They don't prove or disprove each other. Different. For more awareness, then why are you even arguing like whether logical things prove science or illogical things prove whatever? That is my question, because I more so look at the reason why somebody is trying to make the argument, and it looks a lot less like you're trying to make an argument or a discussion, and a lot more to do with proving your own point. This is no offense, of course, but the thing is like, I'm not gonna argue with something that doesn't make sense to argue with. And I mean, like I've said many times, I do not care about if you're religious or if you're not religious. I do not care about this or that. Just don't hurt anybody or be ignorant about things in a way of hurting other people. Unless you're a Scientologist, then go fuck yourself. But anyways. Colty, was that towards me or towards the other guy? Yeah. Why Scientology specifically? Because Scientology could go off without relating to science. I mean, the thing is like, logic is not proof of something existing. That's the thing. Proof requires research, proof requires data, and data can be wrong. thought you hit the reply button? I don't see replies on this. Oh no, I do. Never mind. I'm dumb. Can't I explain it in Spanish? I can't. It's mostly because of a dangerous cult type of thing. As in, I don't think it actually properly exists. I think it's more of a cult thing, and I do not trust it. Pretty much it. But yeah, like I said, the thing is that as somebody who does glitch testing, and basically that's why I say I'm a man of science. I do glitches. I follow the scientific method. I basically work on, I create theories, create hypotheses, etc. And the thing is I understand very clearly, science can still be wrong in the presence of new data. But until that data exists, the theories are accepted because a lot of people come to the same conclusions. Yeah, be kind to each other and not compromise your own mental health. Yep, exactly. Because I don't care. And the thing is, it's like, I am a naturally extremely curious person. I would like to know more about how people think and believe. I think that stuff's kind of cool. I have not met many Muslims in my life. I'd like to know their way of life. I think that's cool as shit to know that, like, somebody could explain to me their way of life and their belief system. Even if they're different from mine, I think that's cool as shit. Of course, there's some belief systems that I would not agree with, but it's like, neat. Religious talk is nice when everybody's civil, but the problem is very few people can be civil about it. Because everybody puts their ego in front of things. Chipmunks are fucking annoying and Alvin has it coming. But yeah, I really don't care. I haven't cared about religion. I don't judge people for being religious. I don't care. I know several people who are religious. I know several people who are like me, who don't believe in religion. I mean, I still grew up on Christian values. I was raised Christian. It's just that I stopped believing, and I stopped practicing. And that's fine. Like, I mean, I came to my own conclusions. If there somehow is some higher being, and because of that reason I have to go to hell, well, that's my choice to make. Or, like, if the Christians are wrong, and the people who believe in Judaism, if they're the ones that are right, well, shit. Or if the Muslims are the ones that are right, well, shit. And if the ancient Greeks were correct, then holy shit, Zeus, put your dick back in your pants. Like... Yo. Kratos being real would be fucking based. Think Zeus has pants? Hell no. He probably has party pants. That bitch rips them off immediately. Damn. He's got that birthday suit on. That some people actually still believe in the 12 gods. But you find it strange? Why would it be strange? Why, like, if I remember correctly, in the Bible, it did say that, other gods were acknowledged, but the Christian God said that he was the one true God. As in, yes, there are others, but they would be false prophets. As in saying, I don't really necessarily think that believing in polytheism is weird. Because most people just grow up in the Western world being monotheistic. Like, from a non-religious brain, in my mind, there would have to be more than just one god. If one is omnipotent, like, whatever, he would just have, you know, those things. But I wouldn't see it being a logical fallacy that there could be a race of beings that had higher powers than human beings, that lived away from humans. It's the whole, like, ancient aliens type of ideal. Like, if I were to logic it out, it would make sense. Weird, but it would make sense. I don't necessarily think that would be illogical to think. But then again, you know, your grandfather believed in aliens? I'm pretty sure intelligent aliens exist. The scale of the universe basically says that it is impossible. It would be a logical fallacy to not believe that intelligent life has not been developed in other parts of the universe. Now, whether they have actually been here or not, that's a different question. And that is not necessarily nutting in the 90s. Yo, let's go. Whether or not, like, an alien race has actually visited our planet, I don't know for sure. Because here's the thing you gotta think about. There is a paradox of, like, if the universe should be full of life, why have we not seen aliens? Why, if cows could talk, would you want to talk to a cow? You'd be like, oh yeah, that would be fascinating. But then the cow would be like, food, poop, I like this one, sex. Like, it would just be like, you wouldn't want to talk to something that's just not. Or else there's a logical fallacy of infinite regression? I don't know. I don't think so. Humans cannot fathom infinity. But it's like, basically, why would intelligent life who is capable of populating the stars come to this particular world? Why would they do that? Why would they want to talk to people? Like, say, they would look at Stephen Hawking and, like, say, oh, look, he could do astronomical calculations in his head. He's almost as smart as, like, us. Because our minds would explode. Yes, you can legitimately go crazy thinking about the vastness of the universe. It is possible that there is somebody who is outside of time or human comprehension. But again, it's like, well, there's human comprehension. It's possible, but how are we supposed to fathom it? how a lot of people deal with this is through religion. Because humans do not like having holes. If we go through this from a literal, logical perspective, the reason why a lot of times people believe in these types of faiths is because there's a hole in our perspective of the universe, and we don't like it. Does that mean that people are wrong? Absolutely not. Because it is very possible that that is the hole that is the missing puzzle piece. But at the same time, we have to remember that there is a hole in our perspectives, in our brains. And some people fill it with what I do, and some people fill it with religion. The reason why it's a logical fallacy is we are incapable of comprehending it, so we add something to make it comprehensible in our brains. That is the reason religion exists. That does not mean that it's fake. Like I said, the only thing that it is that is the explanation that some people give about their reality, and that others don't believe that. Or they believe something slightly differently that is in a similar fashion. Because I don't say that there isn't a God, I say that I don't believe in one. Because how am I supposed to know? I'm just a random fucking guy that speedruns on the fucking internet. I don't have all the answers. I just go with what I have come to my own conclusions for. That doesn't mean I'm correct. I could be very wrong. Or I could be right, and that there isn't one, and there's just coincidences. Who knows? And that's the cool part, is that we could be right, or we just could be wrong, and imagine. Imagine what would happen if we found out 100% with absolutely no... I'm more agnostic, yes. But imagine the day that we have absolutely all of these, like, questions answered, right? That would be the most exciting time in human history. Because we'd finally know for certain who's right and who's wrong. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, all of it's okay. Our understanding of reality doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, everybody's going to think different things. And that's exciting. Because when people come to different conclusions, you can have discussions. And you can learn more about a person's psyche. You can learn more about their lives. Because they think differently than you. And that's awesome. It'd be called a psyop and there would be riots. That's also kind of true. But again, I'm not saying this to anger people. I'm not saying this to say anybody's wrong or anything. I'm just saying that, like, I'm pretty sure I know the origin of why we think differently from each other. It's a very similar reason why, when we look at things like crimes and whatnot, and we see something that just makes no sense, we have to make some kind of logic about it. People can have these discussions without throwing around blatant insults, yeah. And also, the thing is that I stream on YouTube. I'm quite popular in the amongst Middle Easterners. That means that I definitely have a pretty sizable Islamic Islamic viewer base. And the thing is you know, when they bring up certain things, you know, may Allah bless you, somebody said that. It's like, I do have to say, like, listen, I'm not religious, but I appreciate it. But I think all these things are cool. why I'm getting in front of it. Of course I have to apologize. The thing is like, these types of discussions, they are difficult to have. I don't mind having them. It's the same thing like, yesterday we even had a political discussion and it was fine. They wish good upon you. Yeah, and that's good. It doesn't matter where that wish comes from. It's a nice thing. And yeah, yesterday there was an actual political discussion. And you know, I am not against it, but the reason why I don't have political discussions when I'm doing speedruns is because of the fact that things can get so misconstrued, and imagine that being in the world record. It could be bad. Is widescreen on Xbox a performance hit? I don't know. My name is Joe Biden and I like ice cream, presses the ice cream button. He got a fucking ice cream button, dude. Joe Biden's a fucking legend, dude. Biden, blast! He fucking presses a button and then somebody brings him fucking ice cream. What happens if the ice cream runs out, Joe? Always went off the rails. Politics and religion. And the reason comes from very similar ideals. And people are gonna be like, why? It's the same reason why I say religion is generally like a popularized cult. Tribalism. Tribalism is where it comes from. Where basically you say, if you're not from my tribe, you are wrong no matter how logical you are. It's the thing of like, because you say you're from this angle, if you say like, because you're not from this angle, you must be wrong and I must be right because I support the side that I'm on. And it's like, it's the reason why sports discussions get fucked up. It's the reasons why religion gets fucked up, religious discussions get fucked up. It's the reason why political discussions get fucked up. JFK being in COD means he was the best. Bitch, don't fucking call me. Distract me from my damn run. Yeah, it's a spam call, toll free. Don't call my iPhone for him, bro. Yeah, that's the reason why I tend to not like to talk about religion or politics, because of tribalism. People get angry, and then there's some people like the guy before, which no offense, by the way, because I'm sure that's not what you meant. But there are other people that try to go into devil's advocate arguments, and there's people that try to go into devil's advocate arguments and just join arguments to win rather than to have a discussion. And it gets really messy because it's like, well, what if you're wrong? And it's like, well, I can be wrong. Karen's understandable. Ow! I bit my tongue again. I did that last night too. Fuck. Ow. I bit the blade of my tongue. Or the tip of my tongue. I did that last night as well. Yeah, there was somebody that called me whose caller ID was MCM, and I picked it up because I thought it was my mom. And then it's like, hello, is this Thomas? And then I'm like, what? Who are you? How'd you get my number? And then I like hung up immediately. Because he was like going, this call may be recorded. I'm like, oh, okay. Goodbye. I'm especially not gonna pick up for you if you're gonna use trickery. to get me to pick up my phone. And also, one of the big reasons why I have a lot of these, like, ideals of, like, is because I speak multiple languages. I have been in different countries. And not as travel. Not, like, not as traditional travel, anyways. Even though it's like 10 seconds, that's bullshit. Buenas astronomic, ¿cómo andas? Gracias por la suerte. No, I'm always like... Never trust normal phone calls or SMS, you try to avoid them. Yep, that's what I do. If I don't know you, I don't pick up for you. No, damn it.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
But yeah, just being around people of other cultures all the time, speaking in a different language, you learn people like have completely different belief systems based on the language that they speak, the culture that they come from. It's like great. You know? It's one of the reasons why I like streaming too. Oh, come on, man. Why'd you drop that jump in particular? Of course this is the run. I didn't want him hitting me. Yikes. Okay. What? How did that? That should have worked just fine. That was weird. But yeah, Sustain, how's the save editor stuff going? And also, did you sleep well? You slept 14 hours, damn. That was a pretty good run up until Warp Skip. Am I Pwned is nice too. And yep, Big Brother's always watching you. Like it or not, Big Brother is always there watching. You're behind 7 proxies? Let's go, dude. The government's like, you're behind 7 proxies, and then you laugh because they said 5. And order the IDE adapter and the ribbon cable for the Xbox. Wish you luck. It should be okay. Are you putting in an SSD? Some don't work, by the way. My OG Xbox does it make that much of a difference? When I was trying it, yes. It's not difficult. But for some reason, some of the adapters I was trying to use just didn't work. I don't know why. Unless I was just unlucky. Remove seek time. Yeah. I mean, I have a special case. The reason why I use an SSD is because I'm a barbarian and I don't want to break something that has physical parts inside of it. Which I will. That is the whole reason why I did that in the first place. StarTech one. I can't remember which one mine is. It is worth it, though. My SSD has like 500 gigs. So it's, all I'm saying is that it's possible that either some Xboxes don't take some adapters. Could probably buy a used car. No, it's a really shitty one. It's also possible that I was just fucking up the process of switching too, so I don't know. Does SSD actually make a difference? Not really. It's like what was said. The only thing that changes between an HDD and an SSD is the reading time, because so there's no performance differences. The only thing is that since a hard drive has physical components, there's a random chance whether it will read faster or slower. But the difference would be very minimal. At most, maybe like half a second or something like that. I would say. Like, it's gonna be minimal. There could be a potential advantage in no dimension skip, because you could pull off AoE skip with no issues. You could pull off AoE skip most likely without having to do the pause method that I have to do, because the way that the way that it looks from the way that it is on SSD for me, which kind of sucks, is that my loads are just way too fucking fast. So it's sub-frame perfect, as in, like, there are times where I just legitimately can't get it. So I developed a new method that worked most of the time. But on a slower hard drive, you probably could. You probably could do it, and you could beat my, you could beat my NDS time. To be honest, like, if you're playing on PS3, you probably could beat it anyways. Around on a platter inside an SSD. Yes, exactly. Is less heat and more reliable. Yep. And, like, say, for Twinsanity, even an IDE HDD, or, I mean, like, a PATA HDD, the original HDD, I don't know the differences, so, like, please don't shoot me. You won't have a significant advantage or disadvantage even in any percent, because I would say that maybe at most the differences would be, like, 2 seconds. At most. There's not too much, because most people don't even really, like, run consistently on a hard drive to begin with. So most of the data that we have surrounding load times is from my runs. So that's one thing you have to bear in mind. That, like, I'm pretty sure that there's no competitive advantages to playing on an SSD versus an HDD. Logically, it does not make any sense that there would be. There could be. But most likely there is not. And, we don't need to care. Personally, I would like to try to eliminate whatever could be different. Like, say, boat, for example. Because if we eliminate boat, PS3 essentially becomes giga competitive. Though, Fred, if you want, I can I can tell you what SSD I have. I use a really cheap one. PS3 only, or also PS2. It would work for PS2. Here, I'll actually go into my memory so you guys can see what SSD I have. Someone wants to discard their old SSDs. You don't have to. Hang on, settings, storage, SPCC solid state drive. And by the way, they do suck. But eliminate boat. I want to I would like to make it so the boat isn't timed in loading. Because it's like the biggest difference between PS2 and Xbox. And I would also like to just eliminate loading screens. That way, we could have everything be backwards compatible. PS3 is SATA 1 speeds. Do you have an SSD in yours? Because those bastards love to cook them. Yeah. Why time loads at all in general? There are loads in game that are difficult to eliminate. And what a lot of people in Twinsanity have gone is the lazy method. I say lazy, but it does make sense. That if you can't eliminate all loads, you can't call it loadless. So therefore, why should you even try? The logic is kind of sound. It makes sense. The only thing is like, I don't think that we should be working that way anymore. And any percent would be the boat. Cursed warp, yeah. Maybe the portal, but honestly, yeah. The PS2 version has a loading gate, for sure. It says that the boat must be on screen for at least X amount of time before the next level loads in. It does not exist on Xbox. Only on PS2. Because like Flowers said, he tested it on hard drive on PS3, and like, he doesn't have to pause for Cursed Splash. However, he does have to, the boat is slow. Is that confirmed through emulation? A long while ago. Back before PCSX2, or yeah, back before PCSX2 was, like, more accurate, the loads were a lot faster. And as a result, I was getting pretty fast boats of like 3 to 5 seconds or something like that. So the boat load definitely has something to do with it, because like, if you're not pausing for Cursed Splash, but the boat is still taking like 5 seconds, which is slower than Xbox on disc, which you do have to pause for the loads for Cursed Splash, there's something going on there. But I also, if we end up doing that, I don't want to change the original world record history. You're playing on a Super Slim, yeah. Okay.
Is stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
It has a cycle. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely not going for the, I'm gonna go for the, door skip. I lost almost 2 seconds to that. Damn! I mean, the skip used to be considered, TAS only, so... Hang on, let me reset. There we go. That was really dumb. Time for you to game? Okay, see you, flowers. You tried unpausing? And it took you straight to hub 2? How long did you pause for? Okay, this is going to be giving me trouble, looks like. Oh, hang on. So that was a pretty fast run. With the second loss during, Would testing on PCSX2 and the game on SSD make a difference? For... Probably not. Yo, thanks for the good luck. That's something I've always done. What, you mean like reading? Or reading in that way? Probably. I do that when I speak in Spanish too. It's because that's how I'm like interpreting it. Because if I don't do that immediately, I have to redo the sentence in my head, and that's annoying. I am a very, very strong reader. So, like, I don't have comprehension issues. I mean, I do, but, like, I read very fast. Especially because, like, learning how to read chat while speedrunning has improved my reading speed by a lot. I would say, like, in short bursts, I can probably read somewhere in the realm of, like, 400, 500 words per minute. But it's in extremely short bursts, and it would not be over the course of a minute. It would be over the course of a few seconds. Got that way? You dig it? Oh, yeah. He's not as good at reading chat as I am. But I don't think he's been speedrunning as long as I have. Because I've been around for a long time. I've been streaming on and off for 13 years, and I have been speedrunning at high levels since 13 years ago. So, like, I mean... I make it a habit of trying to read basically everything that I can. Oh, no, I just always read. I don't care. Like, unless I think it's a... Yo, Ali, thanks for the good luck. Mashallah. Agabibi. Habibi. Have I tested Xbox with the RAM chip upgrade? I wish. That would be really cool. I wonder if that would change the performance. Like, there were some things about upping, like, load cycle read speeds on the OG Xbox. I don't want to test that, just in case, because I probably would not know how to move it back. Oh yeah, the PS1 RAM upgrade, it would be sick as fuck. It would be allowed for playable oxide. Oh, it would allow for playable oxide? That's actually sick. I'm surprised that even worked, to be honest. Can you, like, do... certain things to unlock, oxide without... I'm sure, like, if you could do that, somebody would, like, try to, find a way to unlock oxide without hardware manipulation. Or, well, without cheats. I'm sure there's some kind of, like, ace bullshit or something you could do to, like, make him playable. That was one of the quickest fucking turnarounds of my life. Holy shit. Very low 112. Second best warp skip. That was a giga late split. You thought I fell through the floor? I moved backwards. This is a 316. This is not a 317. The split was super late. Here it comes. Maybe it wasn't a giga late split. Okay, neat. I misread that. Okay. We're not getting the sub 920 OMGG. Thanks for the good luck. Oh yeah. Thanks for the good luck, MGG. Of course I get really bad RNG here. That might be too far to the right. It was. Man! Why can't I do this correctly? Too far to the right. I may have, yeah, that may have been the issue. I did fall early. To limit RAM usage to 64 megabytes. My warp skips have been fucking on point today, though. You guys notice that? Vortex fucking dies, unfortunately. That is exactly what happened to this run. fucking shoots Cortex. True. That was almost too early. Watch, I'm gonna get this. Man, I knew that my new setup for this door skip was powerful. I'm kind of mad because now I'm being held back by other things. I mean, I'm glad, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm pretty confident in my door skip right now. I'm quite confident in it. But I'm kind of mad that that really could have been it. It's a good sign. It is absolutely a good sign what I'm seeing. I have a very high chance. It's like 1 in 3 to get through the third door now. I just need to get back into Antagony. And you know, if I'm just like... If I just have one of those runs, a 314, like, you know I'm fucking going for it. If I end up getting like a 313 or a 312, I'm not even doing the first door skip. As I've said before, because the goal is not to get the best time ever, the goal is to sub 920. If I end up doing that and, you know, not having the first door skip, well, whatever. 919 will happen. It could be better. I'm not gonna lie, it could I could probably get a 915 if I really wanted to. If I get a perfect third door skip and match, or if I get a perfect third door skip, which could save me like a second and a half, and then basically have no mistakes in Antagony, I can get a 601, which is 4 seconds. Jeez. No, I pressed A like a frame too late, dude. That's also why, like, if I get a 314 or faster, like, I was debating not even doing the first door skip on the 315. But like I'm more confident that I will be able to sub got you cackling like a witch. Yo, let's go. Thematically accurate considering Satella. Okay, so I am not so confident that I will be capable of subbing 920. Unless I get a very good warp skip. Not happening.
Stronghold of evil.
You know what?
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Ooh, actually no, I'm gonna go for the first door. I was about to say, you know what? I'll just not do the first door, but in order to like actually sub 930 with without first door skip, I'd have to play Antagony perfectly. And I ain't doing all that. I had to stop there. Otherwise, I would have taken damage and lost more time, unfortunately. Okay. This is pretty bad execution. If I don't make the same mistakes I did in PB, I can still sub 930. Okay. Woo. Anthony's got to be in the worst possible spot. Ooh, that's not good. Sub 930 is a little sketchy right now. Not gonna lie. And I threw Cortex super late there. And I died. I tried really hard. I tried really hard to, like, save time there. But, you know, I am also kind of glad because that run was worse than the other one. Honestly, though, I don't know if I would continue after PBing. But, you know, the thing is that, like, maybe try another 100%. Right now, no. I'm not switching off of any percent until after I get the, sub 920. Because once I'm done, once I stop doing any percent, it's over. I have said to myself I'm not coming back. So, we're gonna get this last hurrah first. We'll get the last hurrah. After that, what's the goal for 100%? Sub 102. Nothing crazy. Just sub 102. There's like 50 seconds at the end. Because I fail hug skip. And I fail, the third door skip once. That's 50 seconds. I could go for fast Nina as well. Which is like 4 seconds. Well, it's about 3.5-ish. I could go for, boiler. For, pipers. Which saves an additional 20 seconds. It would be 30 over my PB, which is about 1:20. So, like, if I were to, like... If I really wanted to hunker down, I could go for a sub 101. If I really wanted to. Especially because slide skip exists. And, slide skip would save an additional 30. Maybe after any percent. Sub 101, Hundo, I'm not willing to go that hard right now. Sub 102 is all I'm willing to do. If there's ever a third wave of optimization that I come for, then sure, I could go and try to actually get sub 101 in any percent. But I'm not entirely willing to try to go for that yet, anyways. Like, my idea for leaving Twinsanity is I want to make sure that, one, any percent is basically in a crazy state where essentially, like, nobody's going to be incentivized to try to beat it. That's number one. That's the number one thing. The number two thing is that I want to make sure that the other categories have breadcrumbs. As in, basically, like, I'm not going to implement everything. I don't think it's fair, because I would be okay Would I refine existing methods? Probably both. It's like I always do. I'm always in the lab. I'm always labbing stuff. So, most likely it would be looking for new tech or existing methods. If there's some new crazy tech that changes the game entirely, I'll definitely come back. The only thing is that, like, I want to leave the other categories to see if other people will try to pick up where I left off. All levels is a major one. Especially because, like, if you play on PS3, you don't even need backwards compatible PS3. Just PS3 in general. You can be fully competitive with my all levels time. Bar from the boat. The boat is the only thing. But even then, it's like an almost hour-long category. You're talking about, like, 10 seconds. And basically all of that's just in boat. That should have worked. But yeah, like, I'm still pretty, thanks for the good luck. Still pretty sure that if we, like, run, I'm pretty sure that, like, we're gonna be leaving the game, well, I'm gonna be leaving the game in a state where there's gonna be a lot of knowledge. Yes, you still want to have PAL. If you're playing on if you're playing the PS2 version, you want to play on the European version. We don't allow for, we don't allow NTSC running at 50. Okay. It's because you can't natively do that. Oh, you can. You can do it on OPL. It'd be fine. Figure out a method to play. You could deal with playing on a monitor. I know somebody that could help you with letting you know which monitors you can find. Old Philips CRTs work fine with 50. I'm playing on a Philips CRT. Plus, if you want to play on a monitor, even with an upscaler, you get input delay. How many hours have I played Twinsanity? I think it's less than 1,000. If it is 1,000, it's probably like only 1,500. It's not as much as you would expect. Stop splitting. Mira este pedazo de gilipollas, tío. Tío. Ser. Dude, I have had like 3 paces today already. Like I had, oh dude, okay, my brain just like, my brain checked out there. I had like several different, my mic is very low? Is it? It shouldn't be. Is it backwards again? No, it's not backwards. Okay. Sarah's just old, yo. He's old like us, dude. The game might be a little low. Oh, I'm always lower than other streams. My streams have always been not this low. Interesting. I think I might know the reason. I'll check my volume mixer. Oh, this is quite fast. $119, let's go. Where's bro going? That is interesting because I've had two 119.71s. Fuck the Michaels. Yo, let's go. But you are? Let's go. Fucking my wells. Culpate my wells. I don't know what happened there, but none of that should have worked. None of what I just did should have worked. Barcelona and Saturday. That was unfair. That was unfair. Cortex pushed me into an impossible position. Even if I got the jump, it wouldn't have worked. Okay, there. I could turn the game up a little bit. There we go. I should be slightly louder now. But yeah, that warp skip was not my fault. Unfortunately. Cortex pushed me to the right and down. Even if I got the jump, I would not have gotten the height necessary to do warp skip. So I was put into an impossible position, and I don't have the luxury of adjusting it because every second counts. And every jump is about a second to a half second. Or to a second and a half, and that is a massive difference. Unless I get a perfect warp skip on top of it, which I'm not risking that. Vortex gets revenge on G-Pro, yep. Vortex is always getting revenge. But listen, though. If I end up getting, like, a 917, like, let's just say I get a 315 and then I get a 602 antagony, right? You know that is going to be, like, the absolute, like, pinnacle. My real potential sum of best, as far as I am aware, at this very moment, is about a 909. You could say he strikes back. Well, you could say his wrath. Gen 4 is pretty good, yeah. I'm still a Gen 2 and Gen 3 kind of guy. I mean, as you could tell by, like, the fact that I have Cyndaquil for everything. You don't know shit after Leaf Green? Understandable. You need to finish your Pokemon Emerald playthrough someday. Maybe I'll play through, and do retro achievements for the old Pokemon gens. Like, you know, you liked Emerald the most? Emerald's good. Emerald is very good. My favorite Pokemon game is Crystal. And my second favorite is Emerald. My third favorite is Red. Well, I mean, I guess Gold and Silver would be my third favorite. And then Red would be my fourth. I like the old gens. I prefer Crystal over Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Yes, I do. Could be nostalgia. But I prefer Crystal over Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And I have completed Heart Gold. It's just that there's something about the soul of the original Gen 2 that doesn't carry over. Like, the nice thing about Fire Red and Leaf Green is that there's still the soul that you have from the Gen 3 games. Gen 4 has a totally different vibe. Yes, I saw the DM, Sustain. Is it time to do drunk coding? Or are you celebrating the save editor? Or are you just drinking because you feel like it? That was the wrong frame. Friend sent images of them drinking and decided to follow, and now drunk coding. Yep. Gen 2 starters. I was about to say, don't you dare talk shit about Cyndaquil. You gonna get hit. Actually, Feraligatr is the best starter in Gen 2. Just from like a stat standpoint. Meganium all around sucks balls. It's one of the worst starters in Pokemon. The stats suck. It's just standard grass. Like, it's built like a tank, but it's not that great. The thing about Feraligatr that's really good is that he has good stats. Feraligatr has good stats. Typhlosion doesn't have good stats. Like, Typhlosion, if I remember correctly, is a special attacker, which means that he got a massive nerf. He got a massive nerf in Gen 4. Yeah, good special attack, but the problem is his signature attack, which is Flame Wheel, is not good competitively because in Gen 4 it's physical. Well, like, Typhlosion's good for Earth Power, Eruption. Was it Overheat? It was Overheat. Overheat, Earth Power, and you can do Thunder Punch for tight coverage, but that's not really good for competitive. And Typhlosion is not a good physical attacker. Massive Yat, true. They gave Feraligatr a damn, like, fucking BBL. But no good water moves, yeah. Yeah, they didn't really cook very well with Johto. But I still love it. Yeah, same. Also, I should not have triggered the bat. I adjusted the fuck out of that. Dude, I adjusted so hard out of that. Holy fuck. I mean, Gen 4 has my second favorite Pokemon, which is Torterra. I mean, duh, my favorite animal is turtle. So, or well, tortoise. So, like, no duh, I'm gonna love Torterra. There's a pretty big trend with all of my favorite Pokemon outside of Typhlosion. Is that they all are either reptiles or dinosaurs. That was stupid. Am I even gonna be ahead? No. My third favorite Pokemon is Tyranitar. A little snapping turtle? Yes. Immediately. Send that to me immediately. My fourth favorite Pokemon is Tropius. And my fifth favorite Pokemon, I don't even know the name. It was one of the fossil Pokemon that looks like, a Bronchiosaur. I think it was Gen 5 or Gen 6. It was an ice type. Aurorus? Maybe. But, like, if you notice, there's a very clear, trend, and that's that if it looks like a reptile, I probably like it. Okay, let's look at this turtle. Yeah, baby! That's what I'm fucking talking about. I also really like Charizard. I fucking wonder why. And Salamence. Metagross I like too. Armaldo. Yo, keep them coming. Oh yeah, he does not like challenges. Giratina is not bad. Oh shit, it's Baguette Man. Hey yo, thanks for the good luck, Augie. Welcome Raiders. Oui, Baguette. Merci. Pour le ride. How was your stream, Mr. Frenchman? And welcome Raiders. You're watching an insane grind. Whoa, that was a sub 119. Ah shit. That's pretty fast. Daily 58, no PB. Almost fucked that up royally. Please? Thank you. Rico. Okay. Decent pace for once. Well, decent pace. This is actually fucking phenomenal pace, but still. Okay, I didn't fuck that up. Okay. This is very good pace. I have 12 seconds to save on this split. No! No! Okay. Run's dead. Probably. Oh yeah, Run's dead now.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
If I do everything correct, I can PB. I don't even think I could sub 930. It's possible. I have to do a literal, like, perfect antagony, though. I also have to go for pauseless fast Nina, I think, if I want to sub. I should be dead. I just should be dead. Okay, run's dead. Or is it? I have to go for pauseless fast Nina, though. Three seconds lost. Is it even possible? I jumped kind of early there. I'm not even sure if PB is possible. He chose Piplup. That was first frame I could have jumped. It was over. As soon as I failed that jump, it was over. Like, there was no way I could have even PB'd at that point. Like, I was looking at a potential 931. That's what we were looking at. Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, yeah. So that was a good run that, unfortunately, the game kind of fucked me over with the first, with the twin jump, because, it gave me a very delayed landing on Cortex's head. I mean, I'm not playing... Okay. Okay. I'm not playing too poorly with an antagony, which is good. My third door skip has been on point, which is great. That means that one of the biggest barriers is gone. The only thing I really have left is just to have a good run where I get through the first door. Be on good pace. That's basically about it, really. And then just don't fuck up the final boss. Dusty Eel. being nice. Empoleon is really, really strong. Torterra is also quite strong. Infernape is... eh. I mean, I chose Infernape because I usually like fire types, but... it's definitely the weakest. Four gyms in. Emboar is better than Infernape. A level 42 Espeon, or Empoleon. They all had level 18s. I didn't turn enough. I mean, I never built a team. I always just did Typhlosion. You know, funny enough is I used to do the Elite Four blindfolded in Gen 2 with my Typhlosion. To be fair, it was level 100, so you know, like it could basically solo anything. But still, I used to do that. I used to like just close my eyes and do the Elite Four. I thought I was cool for doing that. Like, no, you were not cool. Like, you just knew which moves you had, and you knew the Pokemon's cries. So, you could just basically, like, destroy everything. Who cares? You could have with your Feraligatr, yeah. What about against Red? I beat Red with that Typhlosion. Because, like I said, I never had a team. It was always my Typhlosion. Like, I had other Pokemon, yeah. I would always catch as many Pokemon as I could. I just would never train them. Generally. Sometimes, like, some of them I would, but... that was spoon-fed. This is particularly fast. This might be a sub 119. Oh, it's definitely a sub 119. All right. Yikes, I should have died. Or I should have hit the cutscene trigger. I was just very lucky that the game didn't check to see if Crash was in the cutscene trigger at that moment. Okay. I know I triggered the bat. Damn it. Aw, that sucks. If I get a damn, like, I'm not gonna lie though. If I end up getting a 311, like if I get a fucking 118 and then I get a sub 112 Cursed Splash or up to, and then I get a sub 41 Warp Skip. First of all, I'm dying from nerves. Like, that is not up for debate. I will be crushed with my nerves. Second of all, like, I'm definitely not going for the fucking EO noobs. Second of all... Okay, neat. Okay, neat. So 122. It happened to be shiny. That's sick. 123. Best possible antagony entry is a 316. It does not mean that sub 920 isn't possible, but unlikely. I think you do get Kanto starters. And it was shiny. Yeah, that's pretty GG. Yo, spoon fed. Okay. Frogs are indeed cool. Okay, this is even faster than the last one. This is like a 118.7 something. Maybe 0.6. Point 0.6. All I need to do is just get these, like, fucking... Get a 311 or a 312, and then it's just GG at that point. Damn it! Why can't I do this? I'm just thinking about, like, dude, imagine, right? I hit that 312. I am not doing that. I am not doing a fucking, I am not doing that, third door or the first door skip. No, I'm going straight for that one. And I can get like a 917 or 918. It gives me 3 seconds of leeway, which is massive. Still, if I do the first door skip though, I get 6 seconds of leniency, which is great. And then I can have the potential for like an even... I would basically like have the potential for like a very low 9-1x if I got the third door skip and then just got everything correct. But I don't really want to get like a 9-13. Come on, that was spoon-fed. Damn it. If I get a 3-11 though. I can get a 604 without the first door skip. It might be a 605 at best, though. Because I remember my best being like a 130. No, 129. So, yeah, it's about 3 seconds. I'm getting the wrong frame now. Why am I not doing it? Because I am not getting it today. It wasn't playing nice, so there's no point in going for it. I'm having more success with Super Nut today. That was supposed to work. That was also supposed to work. Game does not. I didn't really like the modern games. I didn't like Scarlet. I didn't like Scarlet at all. I mean, Scarlet was too much for me. I liked Ultra Moon when I played through it. There we go. Okay. High 119. Fire red. It was going that way, and never mind, it's a 120. That sucks. I was trying to graze beside him, and then that didn't happen. Lost a second. Okay. Could have a 114. Damn it! Imagine having friends. I only ever traded with somebody else a single time. It was always myself. To be fair, that run was okay, but just like this run, it's like okay, but I mean, it just depends. Alright. Acá aproveche. Ser. Nope. Yep, all it is just no new discoveries, none. There have been no new discoveries since I labbed Giganut 2.0. I don't think that there's anything that we're really gonna have that that speeds things up. I have a new third door skip setup that I came up with, but that was I think the last grind that we did, and I modified it a little bit today, and it was fine. Everything works just fine. I have been doing really well with the third door skip. The only thing is now I have to get there. The only thing that's really gonna be new is when Sustain releases the save editor. And I really do hope that that happens after I hope that that happens after what's it called, after I get the sub 920, because then I can just like not care, and if I want to take a day off without worrying about losing my consistency, I can. If I just want to take the day to just create the saves and then like do whatever I need to do to make sure everybody else can utilize them, I wouldn't have to worry about like losing my consistency. That's actually what I'm worried about the most, is that if I stop doing runs, there's always a chance that I'm gonna lose my consistency. Because this shit is really hard. I'm still a little rusty. Because I took like a 3-day break. Best I could get is a 315. Okay. Not bad. That was dumb. Oh, come on!
Victor and Moritz's strong.
Okay, there's good news, and there's bad
This is
news.
where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
The good news is, I can still PB. The bad news is that no way in hell I can sub 920. This looks like the sort of run that will finish. It does, doesn't it? Fuck you! 5 seconds lost. I can save the sub 930, I think. Kinda jinxed it? You didn't. This is why we don't get attached to runs, yep. Where was my jump game? Why did I get an insta-fall? I hate to say it, but that is the easy part. That's the easiest part in the whole run. Well, not the whole run, but it is the easiest part in Antagony. Okay. I can accept that. Honestly, I can accept that, that I wasn't gonna make it into final boss. Cortex A is so tough. It is. I would be willing to say, hey, thanks for the good luck, Abdo. I would be willing to say that this is probably the hardest section in any Crash game. The only reason why I say any percent is the second hardest run out of any Crash run is because C and K any percent exists, and C and K requires you to be blind. No, I'm not. There's a good chance that with proper strats being implemented, it could be easier. But as of right now, considering it's unlabbed and only one person has ever done it, and you have to do a lot of the track, you have to do 2 tracks blind. I would still say that C and K any percent is still the hardest. And I would say right behind Twins would be CTR. The CTR NMG. Harder than Cortex Power? Yeah. Cortex Power skip's not that bad. There's setups for Cortex Power. I don't think that anything in Crash 1 is comparable to this. I would say that Crash 1 is definitely the hardest out of the trilogy. But all the skips have setups and you can basically do them, and anything that's frame perfect is still 30 FPS, which makes things a lot easier. Now, I mean, granted, I'm playing a game in 50, so it's no 60. But still. Twinsanity is brutal. There's a reason why it is considered the hardest out of all the platformers. The biggest reason is that you just don't have control over Crash most of the time. Like, the worst part about Twinsanity is that you only have control of Crash 20% of the time. Everything else, you just basically have to calculate on your own. And that's exactly what I do, is every single slide jump I take, I calculate how long I need to slide for. Which frame I jump. Do I prefer Twinsanity's controls or the original games? Depends on the game. But Crash 2 has the best controls. Crash 3 is closer to Twinsanity because since you're using NSJs, you have to let go of the stick. Or you have to let go for NSJing. Just in general, you have to let go. In Crash 2, you do have to let go, but you can stop at almost any time, and it's pretty easy to control. Like, Crash 3, you have control about 40% of the time. Crash 2, you have like 60 to 70, I would say. Crash 1, you have control most of the time. But Crash 1's a lot simpler. The entire trilogy was designed for D-pad, with analog being an afterthought. But also, you have control when you do jumps as well. In Twinsanity, you kind of don't. And also, like, there's an asterisk over the level of control you have when you're on the ground or in the air, because Crash doesn't turn in the direction that you're holding. He turns into a suggestion of it. The reason, without getting into too much detail, is that every single surface has a sliding factor. And there's no surface with 100%, with 100% or like 0% sliding factor. If I'm not mistaken, most surfaces are 95%, which would be 5% sliding. There's one special surface that is set for 90% or 10% sliding, which is it's most of the metal and high seas. And then ice physics is 70. No, ice physics is 60% or 40% sliding. Water is 75. And rocks are, like... That was spoon-fed and I fucked it up. Come on, man. Rocks are 50 and 40. Or invisible walls also. So since you basically never have 100% control, Crash always has some level of sliding when in his movement. So he does not move exactly where you're trying to get him to move. By the way, this is why NTSC movement is impossible. Or 60 Hz movement is impossible. Any claim that anybody who claims that they can do NTSC movement is either ignorant or has no idea what they're talking about. Or they're either ignorant or they're bullshitting. I'm gonna stick to my guns on that. I do not care who you are. You cannot do perfect movement on 60 Hz. I have never believed any claim from that. I've never seen evidence for it, and the more that I understand about the mechanics of the game, the more that I know it's impossible. Not even on PS2. And PS2 is easier on slide glitch than Xbox. They have special animations for slower movement, they had it in mind. Something like that, yeah. There's a lot of technicalities that I would go into, but I don't want to. But I will say, if anybody tries to claim that 60 Hz is okay for movements, they are bullshitting you. Intentionally or otherwise. There's also something I was, like, really talking about. I was talking about it yesterday a lot because the retro video came out about Drashed. Which, by the way, the video wasn't really that interesting, and it was a nothing burger because basically all of us already knew everything Retro was saying. Just making a video on it for content. Some people are really calling into question... Some people are calling into question, people without hand cams and all this other stuff, and I'm just sitting here like, no. No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, in my mind, I think what we should be doing as for top level speedrunning is instead of having the current standard, make the norm the standard. What I mean by that is, like, what do basically all top-level speedrunners do? They stream. They have mic on, and make that the standard. Yes, sub 920. Like, basically all top-level speedrunners outside of a few who have been suspicious, and have mic on you true. But like almost every single top-level speedrunner, bar from like very few exceptions, have invested enough into the speedrunning hobby to where they have the capability of streaming and using a mic. And the thing is like, if you're getting top level times, just stream your attempts or record your sessions. If you come out of nowhere and you get like a crazy time that's like, that was previously considered impossible or considered like outside of your league, the thing is if you have streams and videos and recordings of everything that you're doing, over time, people are just gonna build trust. Speedrunning is still built on trust. Most of us, like, most top runners have levels of trust. It's just that most of us don't cheat because there's so much on the line. Like, I mean, imagine if it comes out and I cheated, right? I've been speedrunning for almost 15 years. I have so much experience. I've affected so many metagames for several different games. And the thing is like... But, like, the thing is like... If it came out that I cheated, everything I have worked for the past 15 years is gone. Nobody trusts me anymore. knowledge is something I have been extremely, like, heavy with building. Everybody knows, they talk about knowledge and science all the fucking time. I have, my YouTube channel is basically 95% glitch history and speedrunning. Like, the reputation, yes. If it came out that I cheated, I would lose all of that. All of the hard work, the thousands of hours, the tens of thousands of hours I have put into speedrunning and glitch finding. Yeah, you wouldn't stop being my friend, but you would definitely stop supporting me as a streamer. But yeah, you know I wouldn't, because the thing is there's so much fucking stuff on the line. After GDQ, my entire reputation was ruined for a long time, and I worked very hard to build it back up. Because I wanted to prove that I wasn't the same person that I was back then. But, like, there would be so much on the line. Want to see me fuck around in Twins? Yeah, that was also a thing. So, like, most of us top-level speedrunners are in this position. Where, like, you look at the history, you look at all that you've achieved. One cheat, it doesn't matter, you're gonna get caught. Or people are gonna be suspicious of you. I have at least one person in mind, and you know what? I'm not gonna reveal that. Some people know, but I'm not gonna reveal who it is, because I don't think it's necessary. Because there's nothing on the leaderboard, so who cares? It would just be unnecessary drama. I ain't doing that shit. But at the basic, like, end of the day is that, like, most of us top speedrunners, we have so much to lose. And most of us know that you're gonna get caught if you do it anyways. Most cheaters just want their, like, tiny little level of fame. But here's the thing. Is that what do the majority of us do outside of just, like, caring about our reputation? When you're a top and speedrunner, imagine. The thing is most of us stream, most of us have mics, some of us have webcams, some of us have input cams. And the thing is like, it's pretty difficult to cheat over a week's worth of grinding. So my idea was that, like, the smartest way to go about whether or not somebody is cheating is very easy. By counting how many times Mario blinks. Yes! But it's very easy. You can't fake several, like, over a week of attempts. You can't. It's so hard. Like, you can basically fabricate entire streams. You know? You can absolutely fabricate entire streams. You cannot fabricate over a week's worth of grinding. So, like, if somebody's new, you know, they get something that's weird, it's gonna arise suspicion, but I don't think it should be something noteworthy. But it's like, who's just gonna come in, take a world record, and dip that suspicious in and of itself? Or like a top time. You're gonna want to go for more. So what do? You know, you watch the person, you see, like, okay, this person's been doing grinds for a couple days, whatever. The person, it gets suspicious, you, like, start asking questions, like, hey, how do you do this and this and this and this? If the person doesn't know, then it's a little suspicious. But then, a good idea is that you can put in more things, say, hey, can you, like, stream with your input, or stream with, like, mic on? Can you stream with a webcam? Do you have a webcam? And just basically add some implications that makes it harder for them to cheat. In the case that you do not trust the person. And this would go for, like, standard streamers too. Like, say, when I switched to any percent, and then I got a record, like, I think that day after I was pissed at doing Hundo, you could say that's a little suspicious. Even after all the knowledge and whatnot, I would have the knowledge to cheat. But then it's like, how many streams have I made since that day where I've been grinding any percent? 90? It's not 90, but it's like a massive amount of like 70 streams of like 7-hour plus long grinds. You can't fake that. And anybody that would be faking, somebody's gonna catch on. You'd have to work for... Some people have also been caught cheating even while playing with Mike and Cam. Yeah, but you don't have to be like... You don't have to scrutinize everybody. It's basically just like... Just make sure to build more trust. That's easy. Keep the trust, keep the integrity, because the majority of cheaters will give up if you follow these rules. I had to move forward. Ah, you'd be far too paranoid to cheat. Yes. I will be transparent. I could cheat one of these runs. I could. I absolutely could. I have the knowledge to know how to basically make it at least enough to where nobody would know. At least for a while. But again, my entire reputation is on the line. I'm also lazy. It takes more effort to do that than whatever. Do other people have to review your gameplay? I mean, the thing is if the streams are up, people are watching. Oh, so you saw Frog Arcist's video on Cody Miller? I'm friends with Frog. The amount of times he's told people to kill themselves is kind of funny. Not gonna lie. LOL exposed. He's a Halo guy. Other than me? I'm not really... Am I a mod for any games? I don't recall. Yeah, of course people review runs. Smarkin, particularly when he verifies runs, he always watches the whole thing. I'm not a Twins mod, no. I am a moderator for the Twins channel in the Crash speedrunning Discord. I'm not a moderator for Twinsanity, no. If you are a mod, you are not to... It is not a good idea for you to be the one to review your gameplay. There are exceptions, like with Ser, when he was the only person even, like, checking stuff, he verified his own runs, but that's the thing, is that, like, he'd have to wait 5 months. And it's like, everybody basically knows he streams all of his shit. Might as well just verify it. It's a little taboo, but it's not necessarily, like... It's not necessarily, like, a bad thing. When I was a moderator, I would always let somebody else do it. And I'll tell you why I'm not a Twins mod. I wouldn't go and watch other people's runs. I'd get bored. I'm not a responsible mod. I'm lazy as fuck. This thing, so you have to... So you have to reject the run? It happens, yeah. Hey, that's fine. If it came out tomorrow that my hundo time missed... Any of my hundo times missed gems, reject the run. I'm not gonna get mad. It'll be a little sad, but I'm pretty sure I got 100% in most of those runs. I can't say that I've done it with all of them. I can't say that with 100% certainty. Yeah. That's basically how I would feel if I missed a gem in any of my runs. Any of my hundo runs ended up being invalid. I'm not gonna be upset. At least not at other people. I'd be upset at myself because I'm like, dude, come on, you're better than this. You should know this shit by now. I've been speedrunning for a damn long time. I'm not attached to most of my PBs. I think the one PB that I was really attached to was the 942. The 942 that I got, I was actually attached to. You can't blame yourself if it were a complete accident. I mean, yeah, if there's an issue with it, then it is what it is. I had one of my records rejected because my internet went down and I wasn't local recording. And I just went to the mods and I'm like, hey, is this okay? And they were like, no. And I'm like, oh, fuck. That makes me sad. And then I beat it. Because it was down for like 10 seconds or something. You can't just have a run like that. You can't just have a run where there's like a massive chunk missing. Not bad. I might take a food break soon. Used to splice every time you streamed, yeah. Yeah, we didn't exactly have the greatest, we didn't have the best tech back then. But yeah, the thing is that these days, I think most people should have like a track record. And I think it should go across multiple PBs and multiple streams. But I don't think that one PB is enough to arouse suspicion. And like, say, you know, you did some grinds offline and you got a PB, it's like, okay, you know, that's not grounds to, like, think that you're suspicious. But if it's a pattern, then it might be. You know, like, you miss one. I also feel like if I did any of these runs offline, somebody's gonna say that I cheated. And I would have to upload all of my grind sessions that I do offline. Which would suck because they're like 8 hours long. That's a nice thing about streaming on YouTube, is that, like, all of my grind sessions are up on YouTube. You can search through all of my stuff. So, if there were a time where I actually cheated, you would know. You would be able to spot it right away, because, like, you'd find it in the VOD somewhere. So yeah, I think we should really just be doing that as a standard instead of the really stupid stuff of like asking specifically for like hand cam or whatever. Just use the norm as the standard. And I'll give you an example of like the same thing happening in speedrunning. Back a long time ago, most of the time we used screenshots for verification. And the luxury was recording videos, and then recording videos was the standard. And streaming started to get popular. Because recording videos was the norm, and streaming was the thing that was like the luxury. Well, nowadays, streaming is no longer a luxury. Streaming is far more accessible. It's far more accessible than it was, because back when recording was required, recording became pretty accessible with capture cards and stuff. They were no longer a luxury, but streaming was a luxury. Like, this was back in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. Well, nowadays, most people can stream, even on shitty devices. So I think we should just make the norm the standard instead of whatever. It just basically adds the trust, because we don't want to lose the trust. If we start not believing any single run and scrutinizing absolutely everything, it's gonna fuck up the integrity of speedrunning in general. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, you don't need to have the stuff I have. I have a RetroTink 4K. I dropped a lot of money on that bitch. What would happen if you got a PB but the VOD got corrupted? Did people witness the PB? I'll take second best. If people witness the PB, I think it's up to the discretion of the mods.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep.
I think it's discretion of the mods at that point, whether they should allow it or not. Like Yere, most people, there were a lot of people that witnessed Yere's run. They know it's real. They watched his streams and everything. So like, discretion. But if but you can also say that it makes sense that to reject that run if there's no like proper evidence for it. But it's not necessarily a bad thing if we lose the VOD. And streaming is just one way to protect that, or to protect against that. Man. That's under $100 if you go USD, yeah. Or if you go used, yeah. And you, with the capture card, you don't even need that much. Like, probably at most, 300, 400 bucks. I honestly regret getting the 4K. The 5X was fine. I should not have spent that much fucking money. Like, I'm happy because I got to give my 5X to one of my IRL friends who is absolutely going to make use out of it. But the thing is I should not have spent that much money. It was stupid. It was really stupid. Am I happy that I have the quality that I do? Absolutely. Of course I do. But the thing is at the end of the day, I should have used that money for other things. I already had the 5X. I was planning on selling the 5X, but I never did. I should have. What minimal no filters looks like? You should be looking at minimal no filters. I don't really have many. The only filter that I have is over OBS, and I'm just brightening the gameplay a little bit. There's a couple of things I think that I had, because I couldn't get the picture to look quite correct. I think you can get a much better image with OSSC with what Sustain has. Edge softening? No, as far as I know, no. I know there's something on it that I don't remember, and I can't find the remote for the thing, so. I'll continue. So you're really looking close at the gameplay? That was the thing that happened. Also, I'm not gonna lie. One of the reasons why I want to be done with this, with the any percent grind, is because, okay, why the fuck did it go so high? What the fuck? It's because, like, I am more comfortable doing 4-hour streams than I am doing, like, the 7, 8, 9-hour streams that I've been doing. But the thing is like, these any percent grinds are brutal. And there can really be just about any run. Any run could potentially be the run. Like, I just got that 316, right? That could have been the run had I gotten through the door. Fuck with you, so you switch to a custom version that's open source. Let's go. Yo, Daichi. I think, I'm using YouTube Advanced on my phone. That way I don't get ads ever. Especially because 90% of the time I'm using YouTube on phone is is mostly to listen to music while I'm driving. And I cannot fucking stand listening to ads while I'm driving. It distracts me, and that's not good, because I don't want to be distracted while I drive. I mean, other times, usually if I'm, like, watching YouTube on my phone, it's, usually as soon as I wake up, or I'm in the bathroom. So you don't get ads. Yeah, Advanced is basically a patched version of YouTube. I should have gotten that. There we go. That was a spoon-fed rock jump. That was spoon-fed. Holy fuck. I'm gonna be behind, but not by much. Oh, by a whole second. Interesting. And like the boy's mother, I take all newcomers. Should have died. Okay, my finger slipped for a second there. Yep. Yep, here it comes. Either perfect antagony, spoon-fed. First one was very spoon-fed. I was too far away. Either that or I needed to hold forward more. That's the thing that sucks. Ow! Ow! Didn't you have a question? I have a singular question. Do the achievements in Secret Rings state that you have to fight CPUs? I think there's one. What do I mean? Say, like, it said I have to win... Get a first place, right? In one of those things. What is stopping me from just activating 4 player controllers? Does it specifically state I have to go against CPUs? Except, I think, like, one achievement. Imagine. Come on, man! I'm gonna be behind now. I just don't know by how much. Yeah. My line was fucked up. As soon as I landed, my line was really fucked up, so I, like, completely and totally botched that. All I'm saying is, imagine if I could just... Maybe I could try, yeah. Imagine if everything doesn't even require using CPUs. And I could just play with player controllers that do nothing. Then I automatically win. This is slow. Okay, I got proxied. That was spoon-fed. Because honestly, I don't want to take the several days that it'd take for me to actually get good at any of the mini games. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, game almost tried to kick my ass. I don't think I activated the bat here. Damn, the bat was slow there. Bus skip. Yep. Okay. Why does the game have frame drops? Probably some dumb shit with my capture card, to be honest. Dude? No! That sucks. When will the day come? I don't know. Clearly not today. I got forced forward. I got forced forward, so I couldn't throw Cortex. That sucks. I want something today. Should have died there. Didn't, though. Adapted? Aiming too far to the fucking right. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, if I get a 318, I'm not even gonna go for the door skip, and I'll just go for sub 930 instead. It'll be a lot less hype than, or a lot less hype than doing that. You know, getting the actual, like, sub 920 without even getting a sub 930, but I want something today. I have the best control you've ever had and that you've seen so far. What do you mean by that? Really? Do you think that I'm like I'm playing way better in Antagony than I had before? That's interesting. Considering I've taken like a 3-day break. I'm still a little rusty. Argentina or England, I don't care. I jumped too early. Do I have to put up a text on screen saying I don't care about soccer? Like, this is very respectful. I just do not care. And I don't want to see discussions of, World Cup sports in my chat. Nut looks like a ball fair. Messi versus Crash, imagine. Okay! The game decided to say that Crash doesn't land on the thing. The game has like a weird mechanic when it comes to like landing on stuff that Messi can't nut skip with the ball. He could. He probably could. Yo. I was not expecting that. Oh, come on. I fucking knew the nut was gonna proxy. Can you flex with the fact that you have done nut skip while on an airplane? Let's go, dude. I wish my laptop were good enough to be able to, like, do, and there's video proof of it. That's great. Did he skip all the way to his destination? Imagine. I'd love to fucking nut skip all the way to Japan, dude. Can you nut skip one-handed? If I reset, we try it. I have a method that for some reason works for Dusty Eel. Okay. This is me playing one-handed. How am I holding the controller? I'm not really holding it. It's like, I have my, the controller on the bed. And I'm like, I'm like switching grips. I've been nutting in bed. You're done gaming? Let's go. You actually had a pacer? Let's go, dude. Died in mid-game. Fuck it, we D-pad. No, don't go off. Hold up. No! Ah, damn it. No! Yo! One-handed nut skip! Let's try the other hand. That was left-handed. This is right-handed. As you can tell by the fact that I'm having a lot more trouble moving. But I'm before I was fine with like my movement, but my my inputs were not fine. Okay. Nutting with feet? Wonder if I can. No! Would be funnier with hand cam. You'd be seeing my feet too. Oh no. Oh! That wasn't even my fault, dude! That wasn't even my fault. The game pushed me off. Holy shit. Ow, my hand. It hurts. Wait. Yo, hold up. Dude, stop fucking flicking it. No, no. Swap hands? I'm using my other hand now. Yeah! I can't play with my feet. Okay, so I have performed nut skip one-handed with both of my hands. something to put on my CV that I can nut one-handed. The game's like, okay, you can have this one. I'll go like one more. Or not one more. I'll try to see if I can get one more run to warp skip, and then I'll take a food and bathroom break. We have some like cheeseburger pizza left over. Not bad. Not great, but it's not bad. Yo. That was spoon-fed as fuck. Don't forget to wash hands. I always wash my hands. Blindfolded is not possible with this game. Can I nut blindfolded? Probably not. It depends on Crash's facing angle when he spawns in. If he's looking almost directly at the nut, I probably could. Otherwise, probably not. I just got pushed back. That's really dumb. That time loss was really dumb. That threw me off every single possible, or every line of mine. I'm not counting that. Yeah, I always wash my hands. I got a text. Is that from Mom? No. extremely spoon-fed nut skip, but let me look at the I could do the first half. I could do the start of it without my eyes. I could get the nut all the way to the halfway point, but then I don't think I can do it at all. Like, I could get it up to here, and then I don't think I'd be able to do nut skip. Why am I there? I'm gonna look at something. My previous runs, how much Wampa did I have? You spin Jimmy. Never beat the allegations, imagine. Okay. I'm gonna check something real quick. I'm gonna double check my 80% PB, the one that I was doing before, actually, I should be able to see, yeah, the 937, let me check the 937 really quickly. I don't want to keep losing my run. How much Wampa did I have here? Entering this cave. 98. How much Wampa did I have? Entering Antagony. 74. Why did you activate? Okay. Get up there. $73. Why did the timer start again? I don't know, man. Is Wampa routing back? Okay! Stop being stupid. Stop being dumb. Okay. Skip that. Bitch! Bitch! Oh shit! Okay. That is all I needed to see, actually. We're going back to Wampa routing. Oh, come on, man. Buenas, gracias por la suerte. No, 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 no. In theory, this should be better. Dude, give me the fucking thing so I can check. In theory, this should be better. I don't know, but it should be the same amount of time if I collect the Wampa. Okay, I was about to fucking say. That essentially guarantees it. Is using he or she correctly? That's all it is personal pronoun. Spanish has the same for him or her. Japanese just completely and totally denies possessive pronouns. They don't use them. They use a particle for it. Japanese barely even uses pronouns. They exist. They're used. But they are not used in the same level of frequency as Indo-European languages. Which Finnish is not an Indo-European language. So therefore, it would not apply to Finnish. I don't know. See, the problem is why did you start again? I don't know because being Uralic still amazes you, yeah. We still don't even have a true link. Like, it's possible Uralic has some ties to Indo-European, but we don't know. Nutting isn't showing mercy. Depends. Depends on what you consider mercy. If I want to go that route, no, I don't think that's a smart idea. I should just go back to using the lives. Unless I get all 3 boxes. If I get all 3 sets of boxes, then it's fine, but it's not a smart idea. It just introduces RNG. And I'm not about to lose runs to RNG. I do not understand why that's the fastest strat. I'm not gonna lie. I do not understand why that's fast. It just is. I bounced. So unfortunately, me failing the Dusty Eel was not my fault. I almost jumped too early there for the Tiki Tas. I'll be ahead. Never mind. Reminds you of a Finnish guy being extremely drunk. That is pretty reminiscent of what Portuguese sounds like to a Spanish speaker. And Italian sounds like, Italian sounds very fancy. Mamma mia, porco dio. Yeah, the game itself is not showing mercy. I'll go one more run until warp skip, and then I'm gonna dip. Not really dip, but like Porco Dio was not expected. That is exactly how I announce my presence to all Italians in like a 5-kilometer vicinity. Porca puttana! Basically what I'm saying is that me in Italian, I have aura. When I speak Italian, I have aura. I will spread Italian blasphemy wherever I go. Why? Because it's kind of funny. I'm like those fucking Italian memes where it's just those obvious immigrants just saying like New Borgo, New Borgo, New Borgo. That's me. And I relate to that very heavily. I would not be surprised if when I actually start properly speaking Italian that I will say porco dio a lot. I mean, I can make sentences. I can kind of speak in Italian, but not really. I mean, I speak Spanish, so it's to be expected. You loved it? Let's go, dude. Save? Did I save it? I wasn't paying attention, dude. I'm just playing right now. Yeah, I know. It's not, it's illegal. Or even better in the southern dialect, yeah. Damn it. Of course I lose a second. What the fuck, man? I mean, I still don't even know how to conjugate verbs correctly in Italian. I know è pazzesco. And I know, I cazzi. Il cazzo. Yes, I know what it means. Conjugate verbs, imagine. I'm gonna be behind, I think. That was spoon-fed as fuck. Okay. That sounds... I don't know what that sounds like, but that definitely does not sound good. Damn. I don't even think the bat's following me. The fact that I saved that is crazy. I'm gonna be +2. I'm just gonna take that. I'm not even gonna go for the. I'm not even gonna go for the first doors. I'm just. Right now, apparently, my stream just attracts Italians. Dio porco power. Il potere di Dio porco. Okay. Whoa. Antonio was in a terrible spot, dude. Holy shit. I wasn't sure if I grabbed Cortex there. That is indeed what matters. I have an Italian legend in my chat, you know, let's go. Huh! 100k subs, yo, let's go. GG's. Shoutouts to GTA Guides, Italy, I guess. I had to check my lives real quick. Massive. Why am I nervous? That could have crashed the game. Is this it? Finally, sub 930? Can I stop? Can I stop shaking, please? Okay, this seems to be a 938. 928, my bad. Depends on a couple of inputs. Okay, one more. Okay. I lost like a second. Okay. Yes! Okay. Alright. Finally! At least a sub 930. It wasn't even a sub 930? Dude. Come on, man. Ah, man. GG, yeah. I mean, let's double check, but I'm pretty sure that that's not, I'm pretty sure that's not it. New project. Come on. We can at least double check to see. I highly doubt it though. I very highly doubt that this is gonna be anything. Yeah, it was pretty bad luck because the reason why, if it was because of that one pause. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Oh, okay. I was about to say, there is no way in hell that I didn't, like... I just didn't see this one. This is the one that needs... There you go. Oh, come on. Go. There we go. Alright. Okay, that is a 23. Okay, so it was a 9. It was 0.2. Farmer Ernest was sick of Cortex's shit. Okay, now time for the fun part. How much time did I save to that pause? How much time did I lose to that pause? Let's see. Yep, I missed the sub 930 to that. I legitimately lost the sub 930 because of the pause. Not that that matters, but at the very least, I prefer going up against these splits than the last set of splits. Save. Okay, let me see here. How long have I been streaming for? 5:33. 5 hours, 33 minutes. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm a little tired. I think that it would be a smart idea for me to end here. Just because I PB'd. I don't have a really shit warp skip. My antagony wasn't bad. But, essentially, there's one thing. Okay, so we hit one goal. One of the goals for today was to check the third door skip changes that I made. I think I made it through. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, I'll be ending soon. I'll be ending quite soon. When the hell did I get through? Oh. Oh. What? Hang on. I'm gonna check that again. I got through the door at 7:18 there. When did I get through the door here in this BB? $7:17. Hang on a second. Hold on a second. Hang on a second. Okay, so on previous PB, that was almost a 7:19, right? Okay, alright. Wait. So, 1.7 with like a massive... Damn! When did I get on the pillar? I want to see... I want to double check to see here. I did the jump at about 7:15. In here, I did the jump at 7:17. Okay, so I didn't... Okay, so I lost a bunch of time just because of that. Alright. I actually... Yeah, so I didn't do... And I didn't do the third door clip quickly. Okay. Alright. Yes, it was a PB pinstripe. Damn, what the fuck? That's a lot of... That's 4 follows? Damn, I'm almost at 2,800. Okay. So, I'm gonna raid out, depending on who's streaming. If there's somebody streaming that I feel like raiding. I don't really see anybody. Oh, there's Galaxy, and I might raid Galaxy. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna raid Galaxian. I'm not that upset, to be honest. I'm a little annoyed because I got robbed of the sub, but you know, it's fine. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow with more stuff.